towards Amarillo. about 5 till 7. Let me turn that audio down. Right there. There we go. Want to give a quick update on what we have across the area, and I know several of the comments here on Facebook are asking, what about Lubbock? Well, you can step outside and see the wind has shifted out of the southwest. We have drier air moving in to the area. I'm meteorologist Matt Ernst, along with Allie and John here watching severe thunderstorms across the area. So the severe weather is all out to the east right now. Now, Lubbock is under a severe thunderstorm watch that goes here until 11 o'clock tonight. And let me see. So in green, you see here, Dimmitt, Plainview, Lubbock, Post, Snyder, and then points north and east under the severe thunderstorm watch, the watch meaning the potential for severe weather. But we've mentioned over the past couple of days that we weren't sure just how far west thunderstorms would be today. And even when on Friday and yesterday we had the level 3 outlook, severe outlook, which I'll pull up right now what it shows. We're still in that. Level 4 risk is northeastern part of our area. We mentioned the number of thunderstorms likely wouldn't be that great, and that's what's panning out. So it's often the nature of severe weather that we don't see, every part of the area gets severe weather. So Lubbock, it has dried out a bit, and it's, sunny outside right now here in Lubbock. I'll show you the current perspective here from 98th Street. The dew point has dropped off into the 50s. It's 99 right now in Lubbock, so it is hot. Back in Hobbs also, it really is heated up. It'll take just a second to refresh these cameras and get you a perspective here in the city. But anyways, it's dried out here. Our concern is out to the east. We do have this crew in Dickens County. They're actually going to be heading south here in just a bit. I want to show you the storms that we have out there to the east, and the most impactful storm right now, we want to give a heads up to Jayton, because this thunderstorm is intensifying and has the potential for some pretty large hail on a direct impact to Jayton. Severe warning goes until 7:30. Tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So our crew that was on the storm in Dickens County, they're still in Dickens County. They're headed south now to take a look at this storm. That more northern storm that is still severe. It's moving east of Dickens. It is not as intense as what we saw earlier. We'll take this full screen and show you that that storm is moving away to the east. We've also had a hail-producing storm move through Paducah, farther up to the north and east. And that was some large hail that moved through Paducah. There's another core now developing northwest of Paducah, so that could move through Paducah as well once again. And looks like maybe about 1-inch hail moving toward Lake Allen Henry down here in Garza County, really now southern Kent County, east of Lake Allen Henry. It's south of 380. And you can see right there, Claremont, that's the intersection of 380 and 208 goes north out of there. So our concern at this point is this storm in Kent County. The rotation has been increasing a bit over the last few scans here, although this latest scan, that's better, that the rotation is not quite as tight as what it was just a few minutes ago. And the Weather Service has mentioned this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but they've added a tornado possible tag. That's really handy. They can issue severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags, so they're not issuing a tornado warning, but giving the heads up, hey, if this thing organizes more, it would be a thunderstorm that could produce a tornado here shortly. Certainly has the hook on it. And we'll go from that rotation area. Let me double check. I think that was, let's see, southeast, kind of east-southeast at about 25. So we'll take a track there on that current speed, and we'll go from the rotation area here, going southeast at 25. Let me back that up, speed that up just a bit. Let me shorten the length of this. Just want to go over the next hour here. But that gives you an idea here, about 740 or so. I think it's probably going to get there. I'll speed that up to about 30 or so. And our crew out there in Dickens County going down to Kent County, they mentioned they're driving right behind a Doppler on wheels. We'll speed this up more to 30. It might be a little bit closer, at least giving you earlier heads up. So let me pull that back up. So this would put it into Jayton here near the bottom of the hour, about 7:30, at least the rotation area that we're watching. But the rain is moving in right now in Jayton, and you're going to start getting the hail out ahead of it. Let me show you where that hail core is. Right here is where we're noting some of the larger hail just northwest of Jayton, but then the actual rotation area of interest is back here on the southwestern edge of it. So here is the latest update on this thunderstorm warning here. Goes until 7:30. Latest update from the National Weather Service at 7 o'clock. A severe storm was 7 miles southwest of Girard or 11 miles southeast of Spur, moving southeast now at 35 miles per hour. So it has picked up speed some. Tennis ball size hail and potential for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm. So that's a heads up to Girard, and that's moving toward Jayton as well. And this new warning will that the Weather Service will put out here shortly will still maintain that threat: 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and a potential for up to tennis ball size hail, and a tornado is possible. Don't have a tornado warning now, but that is possible on that storm. I'll show you what it looks like down there, going from Dickens down into Kent County. That's our crew down there. Ruben. They've been watching, Ruben and Headley have watched this rainbow for an extended while, it seems. And you can see that's off on the left side of the screen. Heavy rain has moved through there as they're going down. I believe they're heading down 208 right now. So let me see here. So that's the perspective out to the east. I can also show you what's going on up in the Texas Panhandle with thunderstorms moving toward Amarillo right now. And pretty interesting structure you can see on radar right there. I'll show you a live look here from Amarillo. And this is a thunderstorm that up in the Panhandle, they've had a number of severe storms. They've even had some tornado reports up that direction. But this is currently the perspective in Amarillo at the thunderstorms that are building in from the northwest. So taking a look here now at what the radar perspective looks like. And if you know folks up there in the Panhandle, it's about to get pretty loud up in Amarillo, although it doesn't look quite as intense as just a few minutes ago, but definitely some heavy rain and still some hail there just northwest of Amarillo. Here's the radar perspective. So they are watching that thunderstorm. Our friends up at News Channel 10, that's about to roll into Amarillo there. Across the broad region, let's back this out. And I want to show, because this is going to be an impactful night of weather for much of the region. Let's back this up here, and you can see a tornado warning just west of Oklahoma City at that direction. But this entire complex is going to kind of congeal, and we'll speed this up just a little bit. And so just east of our area, you can see the thunderstorm east of Paducah, new tornado warning out that direction. That's outside of our area. But this will eventually, all these storms will kind of congeal over the eastern rolling plains, eventually across the big country, and eventually we'll get into North Texas. So this will be impactful weather. That's why this particularly dangerous situation tornado watch has been issued for the rolling plains, Texoma, big country, and parts of it. I don't know if it's also PDS farther east. Let me check that from the Storm Prediction Center. So we have the PDS here. It is not a particularly dangerous situation watch over North Texas. Still, it's something nonetheless that need to keep a close eye on out to the east. So if you know folks over in North Texas, they'll be getting those storms up that direction. And that's why they're also under the day one, this moderate risk, or I should say level 4 risk, goes down to Abilene all the way to Fort Worth and Dallas by really late tonight, early in the morning. Goes east of Dallas, Sherman, and southwestern Oklahoma almost to the OKC metro. All that's because of a big complex of storms that'll be rolling that direction. So if you know folks that live farther east, these storms look like they'll actually clear out of our area fairly quickly here because their motion is about 30-35 miles per hour. But farther east, that'll be pretty impactful late tonight. So we've got our next update coming up on KCBD here in just a few minutes. So we'll go back to just the radar sound here for now, but we'll have more updates. Stay with us here on the stream at kcbd.com on Facebook and YouTube. You can actually see, we'll take this full screen. Look at that, the two of the Doppler radars on wheels on the right side. They just turned on to 208 going southbound here into Kent County. "21 miles north of Claremont." I saw that sign right there. And there's that rainbow once again.
By Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good evening, it's meteorologist John Robinson. Watching severe thunderstorms still lined up generally along the Caprock all the way south of Childress down through the Guthrie community all the way down to Jayton, even further down southeast. Storms that right now are still in our viewing areas. We're going to start down here on Jayton. This storm, really watching it closely, it's indicated some increase in rotation. It has some potential large hail and strong winds along with it. Another storm along 380 here is also tracking east. So these are very intense storms. The folks in Jayton, we're watching the storm closely, so just be aware you might need to take shelter if anything develops. Nothing has really developed except strong winds and potential large hail with that. It looks like it's hail size maybe $0.50 estimated right now by the National Weather Service. Also low level circulation again in that general area, also northwest of Claremont. So here's Jayton. You can see the large hail. There's the rotation they're talking about with the National Weather Service. You can see the red, green, and the brighter colors in general. So that's kind of in an open area. Let's take a look at our live view 1. They've been out, Ruben and Natalie, watching these storms and chasing throughout the day. So they're behind that storm down where they're tracking it, keeping a close eye on it. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The severe thunderstorm watch still in effect for most of the South Plains. There was for weather coverage you can count on.
All right, that's the live perspective right there from Kent County, from Natalie and Ruben. They're about 20 miles north of the intersection, which is Claremont right there, you know, where that community was along 380. So let's go back here to radar and show you with that tennis ball size potential. If it continues on this path, that'll be good news, and it would pass just south of Jayton, but a real close call right there. Latest update has it south of 1228, and also would take that rotation also south of Jayton. It's close, and the rotation has increased here over the last couple of scans, but at least is some good news that looks like that may be passing just south of Jayton. And I know some of the questions here earlier were asking, you know, what about Lubbock? This is all well off to the east. In fact, we'll reorient you right here and show you that Lubbock is quiet right now. We'll see if any humidity returns later. But there are even a few thunderstorms out over eastern New Mexico, drifting eastward in the drier air back toward Muleshoe and Clovis. And the latest update on these storms, I mean, dew points are in the 40s there, but once you get to Bailey County, dew point is in the upper 60s. So that's what we have with some of the thunderstorms farther off to the west. Let me message our guys in the field real quick. All right, so we do have tornado warning on the way. Let's see here. Yep, for Kent County coming out here shortly. Stand by.
By Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good evening, this is meteorologist John Robinson. We're going to give you a quick update here, watching what is now a tornado warning for Kent County, really just between Jayton, a little bit southwest of them, and near the Claremont area. Report of at least a brief funnel there. There's been some intense storm. That's why the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning. That storm is tracking southeast, actually two storms merging. And you can see that rotation. Notice the red, notice the bright, the green rotation there, indicating where it has produced at least a brief funnel, according to the Weather Service, checking on the chat line here. And it's just north of Claremont. It is moving southeast. It looks like it's going to stay west and southwest of Jayton, but it is very, very close to the Claremont area. So if you're in Claremont, you need to be getting in shelter immediately. Your sirens may be sounding in that area. And if you live in that general area, just take shelter at this point to be safe as that storm tracks past Claremont. It doesn't look like it's a threat to Jayton right now. There is some large hail that may impact Jayton as that storm continues to generally move to the southeast. And you can see that hail up north of Claremont, and then also some moderate sized hail around Claremont, some other areas of hail further south, but this is obviously the focus area with the tornado warning in effect here. That storm is tracking southeast. It will end up eventually along Highway 70. At this point, it's just tracking right over 380. So if you live anywhere in this region, in and around Claremont, you need to be in a safe area at this point. We don't have a confirmation of a tornado, but did get a report from the Weather Service of a brief funnel with that storm as it makes its way through Kent County. And up in Jayton, you can see some very intense rainfall occurring there. You can see that hail indicated on radar as well, making its way towards your community, and that's along Highway 70. And if you watch initially, you can see in a positive way, and that rotation may change some or decrease the potential for anything else as far as development, but it is generally in the Claremont area, so you need to be in your safe place. If you're in Jayton, just keep a close eye on the storm. If anything changes there, we'll be notifying you, but technically you are in the tornado warning, so just you have to remain alert. But it looks like the greatest danger would be around Claremont. We're going to watch that storm closely until it makes its way across this. And I keep checking over here for the Weather Service chat line on my screen to give you an update on that. Let's take a look at our live view unit. We've got Ruben and Natalie down in that general area and watching that storm system. I'll step back so you can get a better view of what's going on. And you can see that at this point.
And John, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just want to let you know this is this is not them. They had to. They've been on the storm. They just dropped their signal a couple minutes ago. They were resetting some equipment. This is actually up in the Texas Panhandle where we are watching severe weather up that direction. So didn't want to confuse folks and also say, wow, this doesn't look like Kent County to me. That is up in the Texas Panhandle. But over on Max 2, just want to let you know what you need to do in Jayton, or if you live anywhere near 380, near what was the community of Claremont, get to the middle part of your home or building wherever you are, get to the lowest level. And you want as many walls as you can get between you and the outside. That's the safest place to be. I know we've said these, we've given these tornado safety tips quite a few times over the past several days, but that's because the more levels that you can put between you and the outside, that makes it safer. So you don't want to be like trying to look out the window at the storm coming close to you. Usually it's going to be the hallway or bathroom, kind of the most center part of your home. If you have a basement, that's even better, but the lowest level, middle part of your house is where you want to go. And I'm not sure if we have the streaming computer available. But I was noticing where the rotation is passing right now and where it isn't at this point, John, it does look like what you just mentioned here is that it is down near pretty much crossing over 380 at the current time. And at least based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like the rotation, if there is a tornado with this storm, it's going to pass right there near 380 and where you see State Highway 70 going southeasterly there. So that'd be the concern in that particular spot, although there is a little bit of another rotation that might be developing just northwest of Jayton right now. The hail, though, potential all-size hail in Jayton, so it looks like this will be a hail impact to Jayton. That rotation itself, though, looks like it may pass just south of town, John.
All right, thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. I didn't realize our live unit had gone down temporarily there, but it did look like a severe storm. They've had plenty up in the Panhandle, but focus again is to remain in that safe area, as Matt had mentioned. So remember all those safety tips, and remember to have your phone with you as you go there, and portable backup, and maybe a flashlight just in case you'd lose some power down there. But watching the storm anywhere along Highway 70 at about 380, an alert in the Jayton area as well, but you should really be in a sheltered area throughout this region, generally around this storm, until we continue to monitor it, and the Weather Service as well, to see how it develops over the next 5 to 10 minutes moving through that region, since it has produced a funnel cloud. But again, I haven't seen anything in indications of tornadoes. And look at the intense lightning there, especially down in that region. Most strongest part of that storm really extends down to the south, but it's in and around Claremont, but you can see quite a bit of lightning west of Jayton and also north of Jayton and northwest of Jayton. So this is the area in general. Just remain prepared to seek shelter if you haven't already. I think you should be in shelter if you're in Claremont, especially if you're east of Claremont along 380 and then 70 as that tracks on to the southeast. But that would also mean generally along 380 towards Jayton, this general area. Anywhere within this boundary, you need to stay in a safe area for a little bit longer. And again, very intense hail all the way down as it comes into that region. So that's why they had the funnel cloud sided with it. But nothing new has come in at this end from the National Weather Service. But obviously the tornado warning continues on that particular thunderstorm along 380. I know we're interrupting some programming here, but we've got an issue where there's people in the path of the storm, so it's necessary for us to make sure we inform everybody in that area where the storm is to the best of our knowledge, and they can seek shelter and stay safe. We'll be back to programming as soon as we can. Back up around Jayton, some very heavy rainfall there. The hail may be decreasing some up in this area based on just looking at the general radar imagery, but look at the strong hail well south of 380. Still a quite intense storm there. We'll take a real quick zoom out with the alley, and there's your hail, by the way. Look at the hail there, and then look at the very strong hail along 208 back southwest. And that shouldn't be an issue for Claremont, but the southern areas of Kent County, obviously that's an issue. That's some very large, intense hail. And as far as this storm, still some rotation there. We'll take a quick zoom out. I know we still have a couple of other storms further to our north, all the way up as you get up around Cottle County, northern areas of King County. There is a thunderstorm warning northeast of Guthrie. It is not a threat to Guthrie. Paducah, you're under a warning, but actually is severe weather as well to your southeast. So pretty good shape there. Nothing significant around Matador. We can drop back down on that storm down in Kent County and continue to keep you updated on that as far as it goes. And I believe, looks like Live View 1 is back. We're going to try that once again with Ruben and Natalie. And you can see all the shower and storm activity, and a little difficult to see much here, obviously, because of the rain. I believe we see a rainbow. That's been a very persistent rainbow with that storm system down there as they're tracking that. So they are west and watching that, see if they see any development there, but you can get an idea of how difficult it is if you're at ground level to see a tornado when you're in the middle of the rain like that, and you got the rain and the wind, all the activity going on with the clouds there, but very interesting shot. So they are monitoring that storm very closely.
And they're actually just north of Jayton, because they were on that northernmost storm that was in Dickens County, then they moved right here. So they're staying just a few miles north of town, so they're outside of the tornado warning area, but obviously heavy rain is falling in Jayton right now, and likely quite a bit of hail. The area of rotation is farther south of them, and it looks like that rotation area will pass just south of Jayton. And it's pretty much right now approaching State Highway 70, just where it intersects with US 380 right now as that area of rotation. But this rainbow that we've seen has been there for a long time. No, we're not going to cut in to show you a rainbow here, because there is that tornado warning in place for folks in Kent County. But that rainbow has been pretty persistent for quite a while, John.
It has been, as a matter of fact. If you look closely, I know it's almost out of camera view. At times it's actually a double rainbow, so you can kind of see a double rainbow there. Very difficult to see that one, but a little bit easier to see that one. Again, watching that storm system as it makes its way through that region. So looks like there may be some improvement in the circulation, what the Weather Service says on that tornado warned storm, and that's the one here between Jayton and Claremont. But you still need to stay in your shelter a little longer. We're going to zoom back in. Tornado warning continues there, and this is some large hail here, golf ball size, but that's well south of Claremont. But any viewers that we might have south of Claremont, east of 208, you have some large hail associated with this thunderstorm. Looks like southwest of Spur, and that's going to be further north up in the Dickens County area. Texas Tech Atmo Group reporting some tennis ball size hail found there by them. That's probably from the storms earlier, that storm that moved out of Spur. But it gives you an indication at least how large the hail can be when these storms intensify and increase to severe levels. So right in this region here, there's hail size maybe increasing a little bit there. It looks like maybe along 380 and 70. This storm again is still very powerful, working its way southeast. It will eventually move its way into the Stonewall County area. So this is Aspermont, not a threat to it, but it will be working its way away from Jayton, it appears, and away from Claremont and out of our viewing area in general, moving down into Stonewall County and on down towards Hamlin and Rotan. May cause some issues there, but at this point we're just focused primarily on Jayton, looking at what might be, looks like a little bit of an appendage there, and there might even be a little bit of rotation back on that. And just a quick note, further north in the Hall County area, back up around Turkey and Kittiquay, they do have a flood warning coming out. But looking at Claremont and the green and the red indication there, still may be some rotation or changes in that. We'll just continue to watch that closely.
Yeah. And
it's gradually getting away, at least from the Jayton area there. Matt?
Yeah, the good news, if we can go to max 2, I can show you the good news here over the last few scans is this steps it back about 10 minutes ago to 716. And note how bright the reds and the greens were right next to each other. This was actually indicating this was, it was a little bit before this, I believe, when the tornado warning was actually issued. But the bright greens and the bright reds pretty close to each other right there. As we move forward in time, that rotation crosses 380 right here. And the latest indications are we're still seeing really bright red. So red means the wind that's moving away from the radar site. That's moving more from northwest to southeast. We're not seeing as much of the inbound, the green. This means that the storm is actually surging out, kicking out strong wind. So as it crosses State Highway 70, there's likely going to be some very strong wind associated with this storm. Could be 70, maybe 80 mile per hour wind gusts. But we're not seeing the structure, so what we did a few minutes ago, what prompted the tornado warning, and this is about to move out of Kent County, so we'll be able to wrap up our coverage here on TV. We'll continue streaming with this at KCBD.com, but in a few minutes we'll be able to wrap up our coverage there. Also, what John mentioned about that large hail, this same storm, that's when it was southwest of Spur, produced large hail, upwards of tennis ball size hail. What's interesting is it looks like the southernmost storm wants to keep being the most intense storm. There's a lot of instability out there, but it was, we'll step this back from the current time, 7:30. We'll go back about half an hour ago and show you that it was this northernmost storm, which was over in near Crosby County. We were watching that for the past hour or so. It had some really large hail with it. It is weakened. Then we saw this next storm become the dominant one. This was at 7 o'clock, and this was just before the tornado warning was prompted. That had some really large hail, again, produced some tennis ball size hail near Spur. That one is weakening. Let's go ahead to the current time and show you that storm has weakened, and now the storm in entering northeastern Scurry County, that is the one with the large hail. And based on what we've seen similar storms produce, wouldn't be surprised to see some tennis ball size hail with that thunderstorm. So the good news is, John, the rotation we were watching has weakened quite a bit. So both because it's weakening and moving out of our area, I think we can wrap up our coverage here on TV, but we still have the stream going online at KCBD.com. John?
All right, thanks there, Matt. And again, yes, and the Weather Service says they're getting ready to let that expire. Possibly, it looks like things are favorable, as Matt was mentioning there. Just a few reminders again. Still have some severe weather northeast of Guthrie. A couple other strong thunderstorms to the north. There's a few areas that have some flood warnings, especially up around the Hall area. One severe thunderstorm here well east and looks like southeast of Paducah itself. But in general, this activity is making its way out of the South Plains. We have some showers coming in from New Mexico, not severe. We do have a couple of strong thunderstorms north of Childress, and the flood warning again is likely coming in for the Hall County area. Look at the widespread rain there. A couple of things there. Some outflow boundary about the joint. It looks like with maybe the dry line we'll watch that, but there's been no initiation of storms yet. That is a remote possibility, but just a quick update that we'll watch. So overall, as this storm kind of weakens, moves southeast, we're going to turn you back to programming now, and we will come in with weather coverage you can count on if needed.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. Stay tuned for updates on this First Alert Weather Day.
And so we continue here on Facebook as well as YouTube watching this, and also at KCBD.com watching this tornado warned storm that thankfully the rotation back up here has weakened a bit. So and also a new storm farther up to the north. We'll go to those in just a bit, but this still have the tornado warning technically in place here, but the latest few scans, we'll go to the radar to show you here. Latest few scans have shown a pretty good reduction in the rotation. Also, the storm itself is now moving on out of our TV coverage area, but of course here online our coverage area is, if the internet exists, so just about global. we'll try. But not like restricted by whether you can get us on TV or not. Of course, you can get us here on Facebook, YouTube, and KCBD.com. So the rotation has increased a little bit here over the last scan, but it certainly is not nearly as tight as what it was when that tornado warning was first issued. It does look like there is some strong wind, though, in Jayton right now. In addition to that, the hail core may have passed just south of Jayton, close on that, and they may have lucked out by just barely. I'm not certain of that, but at least this is showing the potential that the hail actually stayed maybe just south of town, at least the largest hail maybe. Let's hope that was the case for those of you in Jayton. And then the more intense storm with hail is moving also out of our area down toward Rotan, down that direction. I want to show you our crew out there in Kent County, Dickens or Kent County. Actually, they were just north of Jayton, and Natalie and Ruben. They're actually on their way back now that that storm has exited the our TV coverage area. So that is going to kind of probably, I think these 2 or 3 storms will congeal to become a big complex of wind-producing storms down across the big country, down towards Stamford and Anson. Also Roby as well. So if you know anybody who might be coming back maybe from North Texas and they take 380 or they take 180, either one of those, if they probably aren't tracking or may not be tracking the storms, I should say, call them up, let them know that, hey, this is a big time complex of storms, and that's why the watch has been in place for hours. Also east of there, Albany. I was so sad when the Albany Beehive closed. The guy who ran that, I think it's I can't remember his name. Incredible American story. And yeah, you can see on the left side there, they're taking a photo of the gorgeous shot there, place there. The guy who ran it each time would go in there, would welcome you in, and he was an Iranian immigrant who came here to play soccer. They did a Texas Country Reporter story on him, and it was so cool. So, and he landed in West Texas of all places, and always talked about how great the people were. So that's down in Albany, north of Abilene. But as far as the severe weather we're watching here, also the storms that move through Paducah and Guthrie, those are also moving out of our area, but really strong storms toward Benjamin. So also, if you know someone who takes 114 and is coming back from North Texas, same thing there. There's not really a route right now on any of those highways, 114, 180, or 380. If it's somebody maybe in Abilene, they're still good to go down 20 and come up 84. But this is, a big complex of storms. So if you know anyone who is traveling across North Texas, severe thunderstorm watches in place all across Texoma, good part of the big country, all the way back into North Texas. So as we're watching these, they will all congeal into, or most of them will congeal into a big complex. And I'll add the Abilene radar down here so you can see where they are going. This is not a good day for travel between North and West Texas. Those storms are moving out of our area, but they definitely are some efficient wind producers. Currently, they still have a lot of hail as well. On the left side, that is the picture in Kent County, and a beautiful sunset over the western horizon. John just mentioned this a couple of minutes ago about the outflow that's moving back toward Lubbock, so we'll see if anything else tries to develop along it. We are noting a few showers and storms popping up over Dickens County. Let me see what the humidity values are back behind that outflow. And the storm itself, or I should say the wind itself, is kind of east-northeasterly behind that boundary. So it's almost to Lubbock. In Lubbock, we still have a southwesterly wind. The dew point around Lubbock is in the mid-50s. Behind that boundary that's moving westward, dew point is 68 at Rawls, 61 at Roaring Spring, 60 at Matador. So there is more humidity back behind that boundary. We'll see if anything develops along it, or if as that humidity returns back to the west, if it meets up with some of these showers and thunderstorms over in northeast New Mexico, and once it encounters that humidity, we'll see if those storms intensify. Over the southeastern panhandle, intense storms and also a flash flood warning in place for Hall County, Childress, northeastern Motley, and northern parts of Cottle County. That severe warning goes until 8:30. Potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail. Also a flash flood warning for pretty much all of Hall County, including Turkey. So those are all of the thunderstorms up to the northeast. Those are racing eastward at about 35 miles per hour. It shows how heavy the rain is. The fact that we've got storms moving 35 miles per hour but could still get a flash flood warning. And part of that is just how much moisture is available. Earlier today, the Weather Prediction Center was mentioning that there would be some storms with 2-inch per hour rainfall rates. And when you get these big complexes, where it's not just that discrete cell or just the initial line, but where they're a lot deeper, where it rains for 30, 45 minutes or an hour, a quick 2 inches of rain like that can cause some flooding. Let me go back to, actually I haven't checked in on the Panhandle in a while. I see that new warning just was posted there for Haskell as those storms move farther off to the east. Looks like good news up in the Texas Panhandle, where Amarillo is not under, they're getting thunder right now, but they are not under a severe warning. We had been watching those storms moving southeasterly. Let me see, here's the perspective just outside of Amarillo from our crew up that direction, moving southeast. They've had some gusty wind up there as well. But again, Amarillo is getting some heavy rainfall there. As far as here in Lubbock, I mentioned it dried out. Now humidity is returning. We still are under the severe thunderstorm watch here until 11 o'clock tonight. Let me see. And yeah, Terry posted earlier about heavy rain and hail in Amarillo. Shani asking about overnight for Slayton. It's more this evening for storms. I think the overnight stuff, late night, early morning, that's all going to be east of us over into north central Texas and north Texas out that direction. But again, heavy rainfall moving through Amarillo right now, and they're staying just ahead of the storm there. Meanwhile, we come back here to our crew down near Kent County. They're moving to the west. You can see the sun ahead of them as since the storm has exited our viewing area. They are coming back. Natalie and Ruben were out tracking storms here since mid-afternoon. Want to reset what we have down to the southeast. That is with tornado warning still in place for Kent County. Storm moving southeast. Good news is, latest few scans here, we are not seeing the same kind of rotation as what we saw a few minutes earlier. Now that's an artifact of the radar, all that blue that's showing up right there. Let me see, I'll pull up a different source here. Let me get this reset just 1 second. And pull up a different radar source. Let me reset that. Let's see, why is this frozen? Where'd it go? We'll have to, let me reorient that. But definitely still a bit of rotation with this storm moving southeasterly in southeastern Kent County. It's passed south of Jayton, and still is a storm producing some heavy rainfall. The greatest hail threat right now is about to cross over State Highway 70. That is huge hail that is showing up. That's east of 208. This is northeastern Scurry County. So that is huge indication of hail. It's going to move toward Rotan, it looks like, on that track. Looks like large hail moving into Rotan here over the next few minutes. At this point, probably up to baseball-size hail. That's going to be, and you see the tornado warning expired there at 7:45. Going southeasterly here at about 35 miles per hour. That's going to be in Rotan here in just a few minutes. Shows 8:10. That's probably the largest hail, but the initial punch of hail is going to get into Rotan here just about the next 10-15 minutes. So that is, again, out of our area, but down into the big country. Going back up to the northeast and up into Hall County, large hail showing up once again, and this is why we're under this watch. You can get one storm, then the next one, then the next one. This is off to the east of Turkey, moving toward Northfield. But it looks like at least ping-pong size hail, according to our friends at the National Weather Service. That's passing just south of 86 right now, and eventually will cross over 62, which runs from Childress down to Paducah. So large hail indicated there. That is moving southeasterly. Probably would pass just north of Paducah, across northern parts of Hall County. And that's what we have up that direction. We'll go back, show you what it looks like coming back from Kent County, driving back toward the sunlight. So they're coming back onto the Caprock here over the next little while. I see the comment here. Let's see. Debbie asking, is Littlefield going to get some rain? Well, you still could We'll zoom in a little bit closer here and show you what's at play here. There are some showers and thunderstorms coming in from eastern New Mexico. They're kind of falling apart right now, but that shows that there is a little bit of energy out there to the west that has supported those showers and storms. So still could possibly see those maybe get toward Littlefield. Now, the boundary itself of the more humid air is still, it's between Plainview almost to Cotton Center right now. Dew point in Plainview 60, actually in Amherst it's 60 as well. Farther north of there, the dew point is 72 at Earth, 68 at Muleshoe. So behind the cold front that's pushing southward, there is more humidity as well. I'm actually impressed that the cold front doesn't really show up as much on radar, but the temperature has dropped into the 60s, even where it hasn't recently rained. It's a lot cooler behind the front to the north. Let me see. I mean, one thing that the front is showing up is that we do see additional showers and storms farther up that direction, like moving toward Hereford. Looks like that'll be a complex that kind of congeals up with this whole area. And especially if we can see showers and thunderstorms congeal, like you see all the way up there toward Tucumcari, like Tex Line, Hereford, Clovis. If that kind of congeals like that, then we may actually see, even those are moving kind of almost due east, we could see more of our area see showers and thunderstorms here later tonight. Again, here in Lubbock, that boundary is about to move in, and we're actually watching the various tower cams right now. Haven't seen much in the way of a whole lot of clouds going up, but I can tell you that behind that boundary that's moving east to west, temperature has dropped to 81 at New Deal, 76 at Abernathy, 77 at Rawls. It's still in the 90s, 97 around Lubbock right now. And also behind that boundary, it is a lot more humid, dew point in the 60s and 70s. I'll zoom back out and show you what the temperature looks like. There's a big range across our area. It's all the heat and humidity. That's why we have the setup for severe weather today. 99 at the top of last hour, or top of this hour, I should say. 99 in Lubbock, 73 at Plainview, 96 at Snyder. So when you see these contrast of air masses like this, that's when you can see a good number of showers and storms develop. Not a guarantee it's going to happen, but that'll be something we watch, see if there's any additional development going up. But let me see. Alex asking about, are we good for tonight for Lubbock? Now, we were good as far as storm development for a few hours because we had seen the dry line mixing east, and it's gotten a lot drier here in Lubbock. We're not done yet. We're still under a severe thunderstorm watch here for about 3 more hours. So there could be storm development still here over the next couple of hours, but we're in kind of a lull right now. So I'm not going to say that we're fully done. We still could see additional development with this boundary moving through, but all the significant severe weather has been farther off to the east, and you can see all those severe warnings. Those are going to continue moving southeast. So the prime spot for severe weather right now is farther off to the east. Hale Center, Robert's asking, what are we going to see here? Well, you could probably step outside and say it's a lot cooler right now than it was just a little while ago. That boundary has moved on through. Temperature in Plainview has dropped off to 74, Abernathy 76, Aiken at 75. But just west of you, Olton is 88, Amherst is 90. So that boundary moved on through, and it is a lot cooler now in Hale Center than just a little while ago. But you still have a chance for a thunderstorm here later tonight. Nothing imminent, but nonetheless something that we'll keep an eye on for the next few hours. Let me back this out and show you what we have for tomorrow, because today this was rare that we had level 4 out of 5 risk for the northeastern part of our area. And you can see the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center shows that greatest risk pretty much along and south of 82, Highway 114, and then it moves on out farther south and east. Because we've had a few rounds of storms farther north, gradually the severe threat will be dropping off. Looking ahead to tomorrow, this shows a level 1 out of 5 risk for most of our area, 2 out of 5 to the southwest. So much less of a severe weather threat tomorrow. You can see the difference here in Lubbock. 96. The wind is shifting around now and humidity has come back. I want to show you what it looks like as far as the raincast here through this evening. Again, I wouldn't focus on it for the next few hours because where we have storms out there, they'll be moving east and still could see a few more develop next few hours. But I'm showing you this for what we have lined up for tomorrow. Some clouds in the morning, cooler, maybe some showers, less of a severe threat. That's good news. Maybe a shower or thunderstorm during the daytime, but it does look like there could be a line of thunderstorms that move in later tomorrow night. Not as concerned on just widespread severe weather, but there could be some tomorrow night. Then going into Tuesday, still more development, but I think by midweek we're looking at more just soaking rainfall rather than like every day where it's severe weather. So I'll go back here and show watching a couple of those small sails pop up, like southeast of Crosbyton, east of Post. Also, we'll take another look. Sometimes this is how going out to track the weather, how it goes is you go out, storm has moved out of the area, you come back and then say, oh, there's something else developing. And it was about 4 o'clock today, I want to say 4:30, when it had this one boundary just northeast of Lubbock, and that's when we watched the storm go up. That was in Floyd County, then built back down toward Crosby County, Dickens County, and that was the storm that Ruben and Natalie first started watching in the 4 or 5 o'clock hour earlier today. So we'll be back with more updates here on the stream. We'll keep the stream going here at KCBD.com, on the KCBD streaming TV app, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. And, of course, when anything else changes, any critical updates, we'll be back on KCBD as well. I was curious, where are Natalie and Ruben? That's the intersection right there. They are in Dickens County, about to make the turn off to the left. You can see, I want to make out right there. Pretty sure, yeah. They're hopping on to 82 right there. Great to see a rain-soaked highway and seeing some of the thunderheads. The storms you saw in the distance there, those are up in Hall and Childress County, so they are coming back to the west, heading from Dickens. They'll be back on the Caprock here in just a little bit. I remember very first time I went storm chasing. We actually first met up there in Dickens, and one of the people observing storms going out that day, they had this really cool thing. You could get mobile data. In 2005, that was cutting edge, that we could hop on it and try to get on our laptops, and it was like dial-up speed, I think. And also, we didn't actually get that data because he wasn't from here, and I think he came down from Kansas. It's like, yeah, I have this mobile thing, and then they had to explain, your data is not going to be that great here in the middle of Dickens County in 2005. We were actually outside of the town there, but that day, actually, we had a large tornado that day just outside of Jayton. I think that was in June 2005, and it was really fortunate that day that the storm actually, thankfully, missed Jayton. That was the day we thought we were going to be well east of our area and actually blew up right within the South Plains. But Ruben and Natalie are coming back westward. They've been busy. They were out on Friday, out on Thursday. Adam was out Thursday and Friday. Then we had earlier last week. All the days are running together here. I believe they're going to start charging us rent here in the Weather Center because we're spending more time here than at our homes and apartments. But I want to show you that we do have a couple of the showers and storms popping up again that Natalie and Ruben, it looks like they'll probably just miss them since they're in Dickens right now, but you can see there are some storms popping up kind of each direction from Dickens, from 82, I should say, north and south of the highway, and some other additional development just southeast of Crosbyton. So We'll keep an eye on, see if anything else develops on this boundary as it moves farther off to the west. Again, severe watch until 11 o'clock tonight. We will be back with more updates here at KCBD.com and also Facebook and YouTube. We'll keep the stream up for you to watch the radar. Well, quick update here. Let's see, 8:48. So we're getting ready for News Channel 11 at 9 coming up in just a little bit. But we do have storm development now. As we mentioned, there's a little bit of energy that is moving in from the west. We saw that with some of the showers and thunderstorms that are out over eastern New Mexico. And now with this boundary that's moving westward, you can actually see this one storm that we're watching, at least a shower right now. Let me see if we've had lightning strikes yet. Yep, just had the first lightning strike there south of Littlefield. And go a little bit farther north, there has been some small hail reported up in the southeastern parts of Castro County with the storm near Hart. Weather Service relayed report of about 1-inch hail. So we are watching the next round of showers and thunderstorms develop. Also, something else that is impressive is just the coverage of thunderstorms farther south and east. And this is what we've talked about for a while, and this is why the Storm Prediction Center put that severe thunderstorm watch in place. In fact, a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, because of the wind threat from what congeals together. And you can see northwest of Abilene, there's still a tornado warning in place. That's the storm that had the tornado warning an hour ago back just south of Jayton. That's now just west of Anson. I'll pull up the Abilene radar to give a closer perspective to this thunderstorm, or thunderstorms, I should say. They're all moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Definitely would be difficult travel coming back from North Texas, because earlier, about an hour ago, I mentioned on the stream if someone was in Abilene heading west, they'd be fine. But now the line is getting down to I-20, so storms are almost to Sweetwater, to Abilene. And it's not like you can go farther north and find a clean direction through 180 through Anson, 380 from Haskell to Throckmorton, and then going all the way up toward Wichita Falls. And there are additional severe storms from like Nocona, stretching all the way up into Ardmore, Oklahoma, Durant, Oklahoma. There are tornado warnings out that direction. So big complex of thunderstorms congealing together. Those are all pushing down to the south and east. Those are not going to affect us, just letting you know for regional travel interest. You can see, as expected, big old line of storms. And eventually those thunderstorms will get into North Texas. And let me see here. At least have the terminal. I thought we had the DFW radar, but at least at the airport at Dallas Love Field, that radar do have that pulled up right there. Thunderstorms are getting into North Texas, but if you know folks over in North Texas, they have the risk for straight line wind and hail from thunderstorms once they get out that direction here, still a few hours away. So let's come back here to the South Plains and show you that new storm development over the western South Plains. And there actually are also storms all the way up still in the Texas Panhandle. I can show you what Amarillo, what News Channel 10's been looking at. And I think they are I think they're still northwestern part of their area, I believe. Pretty good coverage of thunderstorms still up that direction. Actually, they may be, I know they were in Hereford a little while earlier, but you can see the rain. You can also see the green vegetation. That is nice to see for the Panhandle, the South Plains, all of our region, to actually see things green up from welcome rainfall. And they actually have a few thunderstorms all the way up into northeast New Mexico. You can see north of Tucumcari. And yeah, that is way far away from Lubbock, just showing you where the storms are still severe up that direction. Coming back here to the South Plains, we're watching a couple of areas, and we don't know at this point just how the storms will behave as they go farther east. They're not severe yet, but we do have enough instability out there east of this boundary. Even though it's cooler with the temperature in the 70s, we still have a lot of humidity in place, so there is still the potential for thunderstorms to become strong to severe. If they congeal into a big complex, wind would be the main threat from the storms. Let's see, that's just southeast of Littlefield. Again, not a severe storm at this point. Also a little bit down just to the west of Plains. Let me see right here. And Allie's getting set up here for the 9 o'clock newscast in just a few minutes. Green screen's right back that direction. Getting set up right there. And let me see, I think I've got the camera loaded here. Beautiful sunset looking from Avenue A back to the west-northwest with that thunderstorm approaching here at 8:54. Big difference also is the temperature from what we had earlier. It's 76. Last hour it was 99. Northeast wind at 23. Dew point has climbed to 65, so it's humid. We have this thunderstorm just to the west of Lubbock, making for a beautiful, beautiful sunset here. Let me see right here. In fact, we have multiple great sunset photos, or not photos, live perspectives right now. We'll get here at 98th Street, 98th and University, looking back to the northwest. Meanwhile, looking to the east, you can see how the clouds have increased here from First Bank and Trust and going west of the state line. Things look a lot clearer there. Is that a live picture? Still looks quite sunny. I wanted to make sure they're in Hobbs. But looking back to the northwest here from Lubbock, we are watching the at least potential storm development a little bit farther off to the west. So I just wanted to show you here on radar that this is an area forming along the boundary, so we could see that develop a little bit more into a shower and thunderstorm that eventually could come down into Lubbock over the next hour. Again, nothing severe out there, but across our area we do still have severe thunderstorm watch, roughly Lubbock and points east until 9 o'clock Central. Then a separate severe watch was issued over in eastern New Mexico. That goes until 10 o'clock Mountain, 11 o'clock Central Time. So we're getting some things ready here for News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34. So we'll join you right there. We'll have the weather portions here on the stream as well. And as things change, of course, more updates to come. I appreciate you watching us here on Facebook and also just scrolling through some of the questions. I think I answered all of them here. Main thing being, what's up for Lubbock? Well, we are watching that storm to the west, so could get some rain here over the next hour or so, and we'll see if that storm strengthens anymore as well. But thanks for joining us here on Facebook, on YouTube, and KCBD.com. We'll have our next weather update coming up here in just a few minutes.
the night off. Things may seem calm here in Lubbock, but the city is still under a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll join Allie with a check of the radar and what we could see develop across the South Plains tonight. Allie?
Yes, Alexis, like you mentioned, we are still under that severe thunderstorm watch. Now, this just means we have the ingredients there, and we're already seeing that activity beginning to pick up around our region. We've seen lots of warnings off and on throughout the evening, but again, just a very active, mainly the bulk of the activity is to the north and east around Childress. We still have that flood warning to our north. Now, Paducah, you're seeing some storms pull through at the moment down south around Guthrie. Guthrie and Jayton still seeing some storm activity, and thankfully that tornado warning that was south of Jayton has since expired. We're still seeing lots of activity out there, but overall, Lubbock, we are right now dry. However, we have that outflow boundary beginning to shifting off to the west that has kicked up a lot of dust and winds in our area. And some of those storms are interacting with that outflow boundary, and we're already starting to see some storm activity beginning to pick up around Littlefield, between Littlefield and Loveland, crossing over Highway 84 with some of those lightning strikes. Now, to the north, you can also see around Plainview heading into Silverton, Tulia, you're about to be impacted by some of that stormy activity heading into your area. Now, we're going to be watching this because we could see some more activity beginning to build up, moving down, moving into the east, southeast, and impact Lubbock. But right now, still relatively dry in the area, and we're just going to be keeping an eye on this for the time being.
All right, thanks, Allie. Well, while out storm chasing last week, KCBD's Adam Young captured incredible video of the storms that slammed the South Plains last week. As you can see in these time lapses, the storms were forming all throughout the afternoon and evening in surrounding areas. And while these storms are from Friday don't carry the same destructive force of the ones that brought tornadoes on Thursday, our weather team wants to remind you you can't ever be too cautious during the severe weather season. And while they may be pretty to watch, experts say safety should be your top priority. And while we battle severe weather season here on the South Plains, hurricane season is getting underway for those along the
Meteorologist Allie Van Fleet.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. We are still tracking some of these storms passing through our area. It's been quite an active afternoon, and now it's the evening, but bulk of the activity is east of Lubbock in the northeast. We have had multiple warnings. Thankfully, there's no warnings in effect at the moment, but we're seeing a lot of lightning with these systems passing through, particularly in the southeast. But that first round of storms has since moved off, pushing into North Texas. Will likely be on their way there, but we are keeping an eye on some activity happening around Plainview. We're seeing lots of lightning with that. I'll jump over there in just a second, but in the southeast, again, we don't have any warnings issued for our area, but we're still keeping an eye on that scattered storm activity. Jayden had some severe storms to the south, but in the northeast, we did have that flood warning for Hall County, but that since expired. According to the National Weather Service, they still have that flash flood watch because we have seen a lot of rainfall in that area. Not as much hail. It looks like actually spur to the north of you. There's a tiny little hail core moving there. We're seeing that on radar. But around to the north of Lubbock, we're seeing some of that outflow boundary interact with some of those storms and beginning to develop into something. We're keeping an eye on that as the night continues. But to the north, between Plainview and Tulia, seeing that system push through, producing a lot of lightning. Might hear some thunder. Even in Lubbock, looks like we're seeing some activity moving in. I heard some thunder right before I came on. We saw some lightning on the tower cam. There is some isolated activity in the southwestern portion of our viewing area, but again, the bulk of the activity is going to remain to east of Lubbock, northeast and southeast. And that's where we're seeing that severe thunderstorm watch. We still have that in effect until 11 o'clock tonight, and we still have those conditions in place for some potentially severe activity. So always a good idea to download the KCBD First Alert weather app. You can get alerts for your location if any warnings are issued. But overnight tonight, expect those storms to begin to move out. Tomorrow morning, we might wake up to some isolated shower activity, but temperatures will be in the 60s. Overall, our highs tomorrow will be very much cooler than what we saw today. We almost reached triple digits today. And as far as storm activity, not as high, or storm chances, it's not as high as what we saw today. We could see some potential storms moving in through from New Mexico. But again, our chances for tomorrow aren't as high as what we saw today. But let's take a look at the 7-day forecast. Temperatures tomorrow much cooler than what we saw today. We have that slight chance for some storms, mainly in the southwestern portion of our viewing area. However, as you can see on the 7-day, those temperatures will remain in the lower 70s for the start of the week. Overnight lows not so bad, but we'll slowly start warming back up into the 90s. But we have a very active week ahead. So we'll be tracking this and just keeping an eye on our storm chances as we move into the rest of the week. And looks like this weekend, nice change.
All right, thanks, Allie. Well, in more Texas Tech softball news, Jerry Glasgow is already making an impact in the transfer portal. Shelby has a look at the Ohio State transfer and what she's calling a major boomstick that's headed to Lubbock. Plus, product safety rules are now in limbo after 3 consumer product safety commissioners were fired. We're investigating the recent firings and looking into the future of product regulation. That's next on News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34.
Not all of us can be Alexis and just
Oh
keep
my
reading
gosh.
like nothing happened. Ellie and I just had a heart
That is
attack.
professional behavior.
I literally jumped.
It was right after you said boomstick too.
Yeah, that was a boomstick.
Oh, that's funny.
I thought about it in my head. I was like, that's fun.
I'm scared.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, sorry, yeah. All of a sudden I got a really bad static in my ear. So maybe my IFB is deciding to work again.
And if we were dozing off at all here in the Weather Center, I got a wake-up call here from that lightning strike that just rolled through here. And it was loud, but you can see not a severe storm, but it'll rain maybe a brief downpour for just a few minutes, rolling right over Lubbock right now. Heaviest is right in the center part of the city. You can see it's moving toward Texas Tech, Lubbock High, coming back down, about down to Monterey and Coronado. Pretty much all locations inside the loop is where the heaviest rain is. That'll move off to the east. Nothing severe, but definitely loud lightning with it. And around Lubbock County, a few more showers and storms are popping up. We're in this wait and see approach just on how these storms actually will behave now that they have formed, but more than anything, just kind of quickly passing through with gusty winds. So if you see any yellow boxes pop up, those would be severe warnings. We don't have any of that at this point, but we are seeing the showers and storms pop up, so a little bit of rain rolling through Lubbock right here, right now.
on what is going on with all of this activity across the area. Now, the bulk of the storms is staying to the east, and we did see that storm push through Lubbock. It has since been weakening as it shifts towards the east, but in the north, that storm that is to the east of Plainview moving into Floydada and Lockney that has had a severe thunderstorm warning issued that continues on until 10:45. That storm earlier interacted with that outflow boundary from the earlier storms and has since intensified, which is why the National Weather Service has issued that warning. But we're seeing lots of lightning with these storms moving through and decent hail out there. So definitely looks like that line of hail, or that hail core, is about to move into Lockney. So we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll have an update for everyone at 11 or at 10.
10,
Excuse me,
yes.
10.
All right, thanks. So that's all of our time for now. Thanks for joining us.
Have a good night.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us. I'm Alexis Elliott. Madeline is off tonight. Things may seem calm here in Lubbock, but the city is still under a severe thunderstorm watch. You may have heard some of that thunder earlier. We're going to check in with Allie with a check of the radar, and we see what we can develop across the South Plains tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we did. Things are relatively calm in the city of Lubbock right now. We did, as you mentioned, have that brief storm that passed through. It has since shifted off east, dropped a lot of lightning. We heard the thunder and lightning here in the studio. Definitely gave us a heart attack, but we are keeping an eye on these scattered storms across the area. Now, the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for those storms that just passed through Plainview, heading into Lockney and Floydada at the moment. This storm is producing a lot of lightning. Might be seeing that, outside, hearing that thunder out there, and dropping decent amount of hail. There are reports up to quarter-sized hail, 60 mile an hour, a quarter-sized inch of hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So definitely something that we are tracking. That is really the only severe storm warning out there in the moment, but we are again keeping an eye on just these scattered storms that are building up around Rawls. One storm cell is moving into Crosbyton, could bring some hail in there. We're seeing some radar indicated hail at the moment. Down on the southeast towards the east of Brownfield, keeping an eye on some of those isolated storms out there, but right now the only warning we're seeing is to the north, to the east of Plainview, but we're keeping an eye on this and tracking it very closely, and we'll come in with any updates as needed.
All right, thanks, Allie. Well, while out storm chasing last week, KCBD's Adam Young captured incredible video of the storms that slammed the South Plains. As you can see in these time lapses, the storms were forming all throughout the afternoon and evening in surrounding areas. And while these storms from Friday don't carry the same destructive force of the ones that brought tornadoes on Thursday, our weather team wants to remind you can't ever be too cautious during the severe weather season. And while they may be pretty to watch, experts say safety should be your top priority. And while
Van Fleet.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. We are seeing quite the light show outside of our First Bank and Trust Tower Cam. This is at 98th and Slide. You can see all that lightning across your screen right there. So definitely a beautiful lightning show. Want to remain inside just because lightning is dangerous, but currently temperatures are 70 degrees. We have wind coming out of the northeast at 26 miles per hour, so very, very gusty out there. But I want to take a look right now at our radar. We are currently tracking just some scattered thunderstorms across our region. Now, the bulk of the activity remains to the east, not seeing much in Lubbock, but to the south. This severe thunderstorm warning was just issued over the last 10 minutes by the National Weather Service. We have that line, or that cell of storms moving into Tahoka. This is something that we are keeping an eye on. You can see very gusty winds out there, but really hail. We have reports of ping pong size hail and gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And again, that is heading into Tahoka. That will continue on until 11 p.m. tonight. So just be prepared in Tahoka. You might again, stay away from windows, move your cars underneath those carports if you can. Here's another look at that hail core. Again, this is moving towards the east, about to move into Tahoka, might impact O'Donnell, but really we're seeing a decent sized hail core there, again, with that ping pong sized hail. Now, the overall picture, really just a very active night towards the east. And to the north, this storm recently passed through Plainview and Lockney, Floydada. You are about to be impacted by this storm. The National Weather Service has also issued that severe thunderstorm warning, and hail has become less intense over the last 5 minutes, but still, you could still see some of that quarter-sized hail moving into Floydada, so just keep an eye out for that. Definitely hearing lots of thunder with these storms, and those are the two areas that we are keeping an eye on, and if anything else pops up, we of course will keep you updated. We are tracking these systems, but again, just a very active night towards the east, seeing moments of heavy downpours, lots of wind. Hail is definitely the main impact for those two warned areas. But I mean, this is what we can expect. We do have that severe thunderstorm watch still in effect until 11 o'clock for areas in the green. So, and that does include Lubbock. We heard that thunderstorm, that smaller thunderstorm push through earlier today. It wasn't severe, but definitely getting some good light show from that. You want to download that First Alert Weather app. This will keep you updated whenever there is any new system or any new warning that has been put in place. But we have the 7-day forecast, so we'll be monitoring those storms for you as we move into the overnight hours, but expecting those storms to be clearing off as we head into the early morning hours for tomorrow, but might wake up to see some spotty rain showers out there. And next week we'll see some more activity, and we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. And wanted to announce this week's rain gauge winners with Chris Mungia in Lubbock and Tracy Boland of Lubbock. So you guys will definitely be needing that for this upcoming week with the storms and the rain that we've seen over the last month, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Allie. We'll come
Seeing a system moving into post as well. We're seeing some hail with this moving into the area, and just really keeping an eye on everything. But we have seen that severe thunderstorm warning that for that system moving through that has since pushed through Floydada and has expired for the region. Now we're still seeing very gusty winds, at times heavy downpours, so definitely want to stay weather aware, but overall just a really active evening ahead as you move into as you look towards the east. So we're keeping an eye on this, and we will continue to keep everyone updated, and if there's anything critical you need to know, we'll pop in and let you know.
And the KCBD weather app is a great tool to have if you don't have it already. Well, hey, thank you for joining us. That's it for news and weather, but stay with us. KCBD Sports Extra is up next.
We're keeping an eye on the storm right here. Moving into Tahoka right now. Latest indications are, it looks like probably we're talking about 1-inch hail. Let me see. Just 1 second. Yes, latest update on that storm there in Lynn County. Showing the potential here for nickel-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. That goes until 11 o'clock. I was going to say 7 o'clock. 11 o'clock. 7 o'clock, maybe Hawaii. I think they're 5 hours off. Either way, 11 o'clock. It was off by a few hours there. That storm moved through Tahoka. It's brought some hail there. You can see stretching down toward O'Donnell now. A little bit of a hail core just southwest of O'Donnell there. And if you're watching in Lamesa, maybe you'll get, we'll see if this extends a little bit farther south to maybe get some hail toward Lamesa. You're included in the warning right now. But again, the warning's here for about 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. Warning that was up in Floyd County has been, well, the storm moved east of Floydada, but that warning has expired. So heaviest rain out east right now is falling between Matador and Dickens. We don't see any warnings here, so that is the good news. And this is why I'll remove the radar here and show you why there was that highlight of warnings, or I should say the outlook for severe weather across much of Texas. Well, because there are a lot of warnings out there right now, including all the way toward Tarrant and Dallas counties, severe warning until 11:30. Storms going all the way from Lake Dallas. I mean, it's a pretty good long line west to east, 65-mile-per-hour wind gust and penny-size hail. That's actually far less intense than what the potential is out there for some of the damaging wind. So we'll see where the strongest wind gusts are reported around the region. Abilene's under a severe warning as well, so you can see this stretches much farther off to the east. And we'll put the radar composite here showing you the whole big line of storms. It stretches all the way, I mean, it's over into East Texas now, into North Texas, the big country, and now still the eastern part of our area. And there are still some thunderstorms all the way up into northeast New Mexico and the western Texas panhandle. So what's going to happen here over the next few hours is storms will continue pushing on out to the east. If you're east of Lubbock, you still may see storms here for another hour or two, at least, especially from Dickens to Post to Tahoka. We have the rain now. All that's moving off to the east. But like Allie just showed you, it's going to be cooler tomorrow And also, the severe weather threat actually drops off some. It's not completely gone, but lower risk tomorrow, mainly tomorrow night, that chance for storms. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, pretty good chance for showers and storms, but right now looks like that severe risk is lower. So that is latest update here from the Weather Center. Matt here along with Allie and John. We've been tracking the storms here through this evening. Storms are moving on out. And let me see if I had any more questions that were popping up here in the chat. Let me see. So I saw the comment here. I need sleep. Yeah, some of these late night storms have been a lot. The question, why no volume? Why is there no sound? We'll do that between updates here and just keep the radar up because we know folks want to check on what the storms are doing. We keep the stream going so that you can pop on in real quick and take a look at where things are. Question was, do your towers get hit with lightning often? I don't know if often, but it does regularly happen. They're designed to take that hit, and I don't know the science behind it. Just know that yes, big old metal thing sticking up into the sky, the tallest object on the South Plains. They're designed to get by lightning, get hit, and hopefully not have damage. But again, it does happen with some regularity. And let me see. The good news is most of the wind reports we've had tonight have been right about at 60 miles per hour. So again, storms are rolling on out. And of course, we'll keep the updates coming right here. And Shania will be in at 5 a.m. for daybreak today, watching what will still be fairly active this week, trending towards sunny and drier conditions by the weekend. Not sure if you're like me, and yesterday was cleaning up the yard. Very thankful, though, that it was like getting leaves that were shredded off the trees and branches, all that stuff, compared to what it could have been with pretty sizable tornadoes just west of town. So I'll take that. My next door neighbor was showing me a couple of his windows were broken, things like that. I know some folks had damage a whole lot worse, so I'm certainly thankful with the type of storm we had that I was worried about the trees being shredded and stuff like that. But I think for a lot of folks this weekend, that's what it was, just kind of cleaning things up. But of course, in severe weather season, usually you still have the next storm upcoming as well. The good news is we don't have any first alert weather days designated anytime soon. Let me knock on wood here on that. And even though we have a chance for showers and storms next few days, overall the severe weather threat is lower. So again, right now we're watching those storms from Tahoka to O'Donnell, moving toward Post, and still some heavy rain out there, but overall the severe weather threat is trending lower outside of where you see those warnings. But also those warnings are for 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind. That's why a couple days ago, yesterday, and even this morning, when we were mentioning the outlook, had the level 3, then the level 4 risk. We had said it's primarily going to be out east, and it's not going to be every storm. And we weren't even sure if we would get rain here in Lubbock, how far west it would be, but knew that the most intense storms would be out east, and that's what we saw from that storm that developed. Had the one up first north of around Turkey. That was a monster of a storm that thankfully passed east of Matador, and then from Crosbyton, Rawls moved down toward Jayton. We did have that tornado warning we were on the air for around Jayton, but that rotation passed just south of Jayton and doesn't look like we had a tornado that actually formed. So the big time storms are now out of here over in the big country and continuing to push farther south and east, and then again severe warnings all the way over into North Texas. I said Tarrant County. It's primarily like the eastern edges of Tarrant County. You can see Dallas County under the severe warning there. I'll put the radar composite here to, I think I can get a better radar. Let me pull this up. Go to the Dallas radar site right there. So you can see there are some pretty good thunderstorms moving over North Texas, and some of the heaviest rain is up northern part of the Metroplex, but again, they have a severe warning out that direction. And then you look down toward Abilene, where we also have severe warning in place. So this is much of the region dealing with severe weather tonight. That's the current perspective. You can see from Anson down to Abilene and then stretching all the way back down to Cross Plains. Severe storms down that direction. And those are big time storms. That's where the really severe, more significant storms are down that direction tonight. So again, watching these storms push on out. We'll continue updates here as needed at kcbd.com.